Okay. So I am waiting on the notification that I went live. It's been choosing whether or not it wants to come, so we'll just wait a few seconds. But I am going to be doing oxygen not included today. And if I remember correctly, I'm probably trying to solidify water production and trying to move water out of the base and get the base more, to me, more of a sealed unit. And I also need to try and focus on chat and make sure I don't miss it, because whenever people have been talking recently, I've just been completely missing them. Especially playing this game. Playing other games, it's not so much of a problem, but for some reason on this one. Okay. So let's just go ahead and jump right into it. Okay, so while we're waiting for it to load, make sure I'm not muted. I do remember that I am temporarily living off of salt water. And I'm refining the salt water to work on. But other than that, let's see what else we've got going on around here. So, taking the salt water from down here, but it's going to start heating up the base, so it does need to be redone. Other than that, it's going up here and getting refined. I need to move that down to down here, or I need to move this setup. I think I like here. So it'll get refined and then it'll get sent up into here, and then probably past that and then come back down here if it doesn't get used. And we do have a good amount of water piling up right here. Right now it's 14,000. I think that's a lot, but it probably isn't. Okay, so I need these two to get done so that I can start putting brine in here and salt water in here. So I need these three done actually. And then I can start locking them up. And basically I just want this to get done, but I'm out of copper to build these and I don't want to waste anything better than copper on it. The reason I ended up so desperately out of copper was because they were feeding all the copper to the smooth hatches, and the smooth hatches were converting it into refined copper. So I got a good amount of refined copper and no copper ore. And I told them to switch to iron because iron can be used to make steel, and I'm going to need steel for everything that needs to sustain high temperatures. And that should be fine for the hatches. I also put down more over here. And then let's see what we can get for blueprints. Spicy tofu. I can actually take that and unpause this for a minute so that it decides I have some and say I'm going to deliver it. And this building should be on a really high priority. So I've got his lights going. And ideally, I will have just given him the first food he wants whenever somebody runs it over there. And I guess until they do, I should probably disable spicy tofu so they don't eat it before giving it to them. Is spicy tofu? Oh, look at that morale bonus. I'm gonna have to learn higher later game cooking at some point. Nope, that's not it. I want this. And I can deconstruct that one. So ideally this won't do anything to corners. I can build this one, or delete this one, then build that one, then delete this one, and should be able to heal the wire through here. Hermit loved his food. Okay, what do I gotta give him next? Unimpressed. Okay, for now I'm going to ignore that. What else was I working on? I'm getting ready to drain everything out from here into the main system to go down here, but I need those two done, which means I need to dig for copper. And this is all sulfur, this is copper. I can have them dig this out. Okay, so the more of this I dig out, the more oxygen I have to provide to this area right now. Luckily, it looks like everything's getting oxygen, so I can probably start moving the farms out of over here. Taking this out should give me a bit of copper. So I think I can do that. What's the temperature over here? I should probably wait until after I get the temperature pipes redone. Or not, because there's also the issue of what do I need for this? Temperature, water, and that should be it. So let's see what has been switched to the new water supply and what hasn't, because I need everything on the new water supply. Hmm. Okay, let's let the duplicants actually start doing things. What are they trying to do? They're trying to dig. I'll pause one more time. Material overlay is F4. Okay, so copper is this reddish color. That's iron, 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 iron. Okay, slightly pinkish red color. So there's going to be some of it up here. Not too much. What is this? Liquid sulfur geyser. Not sure what exactly I can do with that. What is that? Every time I inspect one of these I haven't seen before, I just kind of, please, please be some kind of renewable metal. Steam. Okay, so I guess that's water. Cool steam. I do have to box that in. It's too close to the ice biome. I know what those two are. I know that area. I know all that. I know all that. Okay, and what were these? Sulfur and steam. I know I just looked at them, but I should remember, right? Nope. Oh, it's still marked. Yes. Oh, it's not even cool steam. That's just a whole steam vent. So that's going to be getting hot. Okay. Oh, here goes nothing. Is that automation wire I asked for them to deconstruct still in here? No, so let's deconstruct this. Pipe is blocked. Yep, sure looks that way. Is that just free copper? Don't mind if I do. Okay. That liquid luck is beautiful. I can't stand it. Can you leave, like, right this second? Who are you? Okay, I'm lowering the priority of that because everybody's coming over here and it is continuously breaking, and I don't want them getting hurt working on that. When it's something that's just going to keep happening, and I'm trying to undo the majority of all that stuff right now anyways. Okay, so in terms of what I can do right now while I'm waiting for that, they just got all the copper. This should be the only things asking for copper. Oh, it's done. Okay, so mop all this. Priority of 9. And then we make sure all the pipes are at least good on the inside and outside. They are. So I need that door locked, that door locked, that door locked, and that door locked. These two on a higher priority. So let's go 7. That one's already done. Okay, so these are locked. I've got to make sure every door is locked so these don't explode once they're done with somebody just trying to pass through them. Okay, it all should be sealed up, but this one's not ready to be sealed up because it's got water in there. That should be on auto. I need this mopped up of the most highest of priorities. Okay. Is there something in the filter right there? Water. Okay. Oh, no. Absolutely not. No adding water. So we snip here, and then all that should flow into there, and then we clear the contents, highest of priority from all of here. And I'm just gonna go ahead and snip this here because I've got these backwards apparently. So deconstruct 2, 3, 4, 5. Deconstruct and deconstruct. And the priority on deconstructing those, I want it done now. So I'm thinking the reason it was messing up because I had them in the wrong direction for the direction the pipe was going. Okay, I don't need to replace this one, but I need to replace that one, this one, and that one. Oxygen. You're always having an allergic reaction. I know it's my fault for choosing you, but like, get over it. Okay, I'm not replacing one here because this is going to prevent me from building here. Okay, I'm going to snip that there so that I don't forget when this is done. But essentially the idea is to set each of these, oops, let's wait for the day to go. Set each of these to 0.1, so it's the smallest value it can be. And then copy and paste it to all the others. Are you gonna build those? Yep. Okay, so now they should all be facing the same direction and be set to 0.1. Okay, and so if I reconnect this pipe here, we should have the water filter set back up. No. Ooh, no. And it did it anyways. Don't particularly need that one. And we're going to empty these on priority of 9, those, and this. Okay, now what's happening here? Oh, I know what's happening here. I'm not very smart as what's happening here. Okay, so this is the output. And that's going to be the case in all of the new ones. Ooh. And I don't think I can use a bridge there. That's not roundabout at all. Okay, don't need that, or that. Okay, empty pipe contents here, and these again, they're all empty. And priority of everything here, really, really high. How am I doing on food? Okay, it's going up again. Okay. What happened here? Okay, I don't really care. So, I'm gonna want these to be normal rooms again. Okay, so I'm gonna have to make the rooms one room at a time. Well, I don't have to, but I'm going to make the rooms one room at a time. Choose a blueprint. Free coal, never hurt anybody. Cooking, wrenching. Destructive, destructive. Yes, I'm not getting either of those. Ugly crier, but he's only got one thing, so I'm taking the coal. Okay. And making this a normal room, making this a normal room. I still want those taken out. Everything in this room can go. And that's all fine. And I'm gonna leave this here for now until I find a better place to deal with it. But ideally, this entire mess we got going on, I'm just gonna redo everything. Because the way this is snaking through the base, I'm not okay with. I don't know if I want one that just goes all the way across, then all the way back, and just cools the entire base that way, or if I want it to snake, and then snake up, and then snake down, and snake up, and then snake down, and then go around in a loop. But one way or another, I'm gonna have to redo everything here. Everything has to go. So, let's check and see how all this is going. Nothing seems to be getting past that. So that should be good. This should be good. That should be good. And I'm making sure none of these are flowing. These are the only four that matter right this second. Making sure none of that is flowing. I want polluted water to come in next. So if there's any polluted water I can send through the tube, I would like to do that now. So this is the output here. I saw polluted water sitting next to this, I thought. And snip here. And there. So the polluted water has to come through. What is that? It's brine. Okay, then I'll have to get it from somewhere else. This is perfect. There's no particular order the water has to, well, yes, I've already built some of the piping, so it does have to be the polluted water next. Okay. So for now, I'm cutting that off there to clean out the pipe. And we should be able to watch as some polluted water goes in. And it should set up its own filter in here. Okay. That would be why this isn't working out. So, let's go ahead and empty all of this out again. All of that and everything in here. And that needs to be mopped. Auto, auto, and I need every last bit of this mopped. That makes sense because I've got him set to only ranch. He is only ranching, and that is all I care that he does. He just ranches. And I need 3 more of these things, all built of copper, to go here, so that that can become a sealed room. This here needs to be mopped up. Because I don't want that creating a liquid lock there. I mean, there's no real reason why I can't, considering the door's there, but I still just don't want it to. And then this, how well are they doing down here? Okay. Disconnect you there and you there, so that way everything should flow into the thing and they should have a much easier time emptying it out. That feels bad because he's got so much to mop out of right there. it's it's not a little amount. He's gonna be going for a while, poor guy. See, this is why that other guy is set to do nothing but ranching. This guy is supposed to ranch. And here he is mopping. I know it's because I've got it on a high priority. But I wanted to make sure my plastic production was going up. Speaking of which, it's at 2200, and last time I saw it, it was at 1300. So it is going up, and I am comfortable using that plastic now to a certain extent. Especially since what I'm going to be needing the plastic for is for things like the steel, the seam vents. Which I'm not sure if they actually have to be made out of steel, because I know they get to a certain I know once they get to a certain temperature, or the water that goes through them will come in as the steam at a certain temperature, get cooled down, drop back out, and they stop working at something like 100 degrees, so they shouldn't be capable of getting themselves up to a temperature where they overheat unless the environment around them makes them overheat. I think that's what I heard or read or whatever I studied on it, but I'm probably wrong. I usually am. So I'm going to map. Anyways, how are we doing on water here? Up to 1,000. There's a little too much air in this one. As long as it's working though, up to 20,000 on water. At a certain point, maybe I should just cut that off and let this entirely supply the oxygen and nothing else. Genuinely though. Or connect it to a liquid shutoff, so it would connect it to a manual switch. Okay, there's no water in here. I need these unlocked. And then I need to take a look at the piping in here. These need to be connected. Here and here. These can need to be connected here and here. And I don't want this overflowing in between these, so I'm going to cut this off. And I'm going to, I'm going to connect this wire here. Like that. So then, ideally, this should be all brine right here. Yep. And this is all salt water. So I'm going to let that brine get through, prime itself, and start a loop so that this will be for brine. But ideally, somebody will lock the door first. I don't know. So if I see the, yep, there it is. I'm going to have to snip it beforehand and not let any through so that somebody has time to get down here and lock the door. It's you? No, it's not you. Okay, guys. Higher priority here. It's on higher priority. They locked the other door first. Technically, they can't get to that, but I'm not risking it. So you should have noticed now that it's unlocked that there's another door. Yep, there we go. And then lock this one. Door. Lock. As soon as that locks, I will reconnect the pipe. Somebody locked it while I wasn't even able to see. So, using regular pipe, we reconnect this. The brine should be able to come through. It's the only clear one. Yep. Boop. And automatically set itself up to go in here. So now this is brine. And the next one through should be salt water, if we get any. And ideally, salt water will set itself up. So I'm just gonna speed hopefully getting some up into getting some now because I want to make sure the filters are set up ahead of time and I don't want to leave it to chance because I know if I leave it to chance, it's gonna go all wrong. It's just how it happens for me. So let's get that built and then I will watch and make sure it happens correctly. The problem is I'll say I need something to get done like right this second and then I'll be watching and then I'll get bored because the duplicates aren't doing it and then as soon as I start spacing out or not paying attention, there they go, they're doing it. So skipped that and went straight into here and now we're getting the salt water so I can go back to doing this for now and I don't need these. Okay. So with that being said, now it's time to take out all the tubing. Since this is cleared out, the one going around the base is cleared out. Toilets are cleared out enough. So let's just start deciding what we do and don't need. So, this is all overkill. From this, what am I going to need? Let's say everything from here onward I'm not going to need, out to here and there. So in this mess, I'm going to leave in the white ones because I already know I want those and anything connected directly to them. So that can go, that can go. What is this heading down to? This was for the sake of emptying all this. So I will leave. This is too much studying. Let's just... Not studying. Too much trying to figure out what my own brain did before. So let's just do all of this can go. What is this? This was for the thing. So all the salt is going here. This is the clean water coming out. This is trying to empty. So let's cut off the water being produced for a minute until we're out of water in here because I don't want any water in here anymore. So later when I can't figure out why we're not getting any water or air production, it is because I snipped one line here. And this was for the sake of getting all that done. That is all this water pouring down here going to cause any kind of problem that I can see. This is going to heat up, or it's going to cool down and give me a good opportunity to actually clean off the water that was hot there. I'll figure that out in a minute. So this all cooled down because I was breaking pipes with liquid and because the things themselves are broken. Okay, what do we got in terms of duplicants? Banshee Vomiter, I will take Shine Nymphs and then I will kill them when they pop up. Okay. So let's build this the rest of the way out. Let's put in some airflow tiles. I'm probably going to have to figure out how to make another type of water production machine. And I just updated the title on Twitch to slowly redo base, because that's what I'm trying to do, is slowly redo the base. Things are going to start getting hot real quick because I've got all of the piping drained out and things are already starting to heat up, so I need to get this done before the food runs out. So if we look at the plumbing overlay, this is all getting taken out. I shouldn't have interrupted any of this, except for where I snipped this line here, and that's just because I need this water to drain. What is this? Okay. This set of bathrooms, I don't think I need them anymore, so I'm just going to get rid of that as well. Here, here. Okay, and let's get the priorities on all of this because I want one room at a time done. Okay. Hey, bad guy. I really hope that message was recent. So, the piping system has been a complete mess. I moved it all down here. I am doing infinite storages down here of the 4 main waters I've been getting a lot of, and there's room for more, except for this unknown spot. I don't think I can do anything about that, so I'm having to skip a space here, and then I can do 2 more here. So I'm basically trying to redo a majority of the base to get everything more organized. I've got the main elements for the air in infinite storages up here. I've got the main liquid ones down here. I want to put all of the power production over here and all of the food over here so that the heat from this doesn't interfere with the food or anything else. And I'm trying to basically section everything off and just create a build a ladder underneath the spot and force a dupe to go to the top of the ladder. For what? Oh. So I would build a ladder here and force a dupe to go up there, and then they would learn. Okay, that's interesting. So I will actually test that. They should be able to walk here, get here, so I'm just going to go ahead and build one there, give it priority, higher priority, and then I don't need any of this being a high priority anymore since it's all done. I don't know where you think you're going. And go there. It's gone! You're a lifesaver. That's been killing me. Literally killing me. So now I can deal with that. I need to redo this steam vent area. Unfortunately, it is heated up, so I'm probably going to have to pour water in there or something, figure out some way to cool it down without just busting it open and letting that heat out. But I'm finding a lot more vents. The issue I'm having right now is everything's costing metal and I don't have any renewable source of metal. So the more metal I need, the more I have to dig, and everything I've found in terms of the geysers and volcanoes is volcano. This one is polluted oxygen. That's a steam vent. This is what's mainly supplying my oxygen now, which I'm going to have to find a way to cool it because it's going to start spreading heat soon. Very soon, because you can see the pipes coming out are already pretty hot. Other than that, this one up here is chlorine. And there shouldn't be anything else over here. That's a volcano. The only other things I know I have is volcanoes, steam vents, and a sulfur one. Yeah, so just keep digging. Okay, so as far as the piping's going though, I have all the material is going through this type of filter. I don't know if I showed you this one before or if you already know about this one, but I'm using this one essentially because it just doesn't cost any power. So everything's going in at the top, coming out at the bottom. I wanted to have it go out this way, but this biome right here is super radioactive and I don't know how to deal with that yet, so I just decided not to. So I have it come down, go out over here, go up, and then go out around. All the clean water is going straight into base, and I'm moving all the farms over here, so it's all going to the farms and to the bathrooms. Dirty water is linked into the old export for now. I will redo that once I get to it. But other than that, polluted water is coming up here to get cleaned, and then it should take priority over the stock of clean water going into the base as it goes into the base. And then the salt water and brine is going to go up here to get purified, and I think I'm going to have that basically exclusively go up to the spawn that I've got going for right now. But I think I want to build a Hydra because I still have insufficient oxygen generation. The only problem is I don't know how to go about building a Hydra. I don't know if I have to build from the bottom up and just have it planned out really well, but I'm typically real bad at that. So, yeah, that's what I've got going on, but right now, this is an overconvoluted mess, and I'm having them tear everything up from the ground up. And then I'm just going to redo everything. The issue is I need to get this done relatively fast, because the cooling system's down and all the food's gonna stop growing. Going to stop growing? Stopped growing. Mealwood doesn't require any water. I feel like we were my water after I spent 10 times digging up pipes and farm tiles, only to realize it was all pointless. Oh no. Does mealwood become food or become wood to burn for power? It's a food used to feed the hatches and it's seed to feed fish, so we don't eat it directly, but it's still food. Okay. I need to learn how later game food works, like things like higher tier foods like spicy tofu, because for one, this guy's picky, and he's in the way of where I want to build my power room. And besides that, the only other reason why I would really need to learn it is just because of the crazy happiness buff it gives off, and if I can get to that point, why not get to that point? So, priority 6. Yeah, I've noticed you popping in every time I'm streaming, but by the time I say, oh hi, you're already gone. So I'm glad that I saw you there this time, because especially since you helped me with that unknown, that was killing me. My OCD was not happy with that. More complex food, haven't done the math recently, but no, I'm sure it goes up in calories, but even if it didn't, even if I was losing a tiny bit of calories, the happiness for the people would definitely be worth it, because I had one destructive dupe a while back, and I was desperately out of oxygen and out of metal, and the only thing she wanted to destroy was the oxygen. And as soon as the oxygen was somewhat sorted and its issue started to become food, she only wanted to destroy the grills and stuff. And I've always been out of metal. It wasn't just one. I had 3 of them next to each other, and she would take out all 3 and then run to a different room and take out 2 more before she was done. And the second they were rebuilt, she would go for them again. Do I even need anything in terms of dupes right now? So let's check. I'm going to check the priorities. I've got 2 guys for ranching. This guy's entire job was supposed to be carrying stuff. This person's entire job was supposed to be researching. We've got a cook. This guy builds. We've got an operator, 2 people for digging. If I've got somebody as mechanic, that means they're just essentially just a builder, but they can build the shipping type stuff. They'll have that skill for shipping. Another builder, farmer, and a builder. The only thing it looks like I'm low on would be farmers. I've got way too many people for building, especially since none of them are actually building. Any other roles that I would actually... I don't have a doctor, but I don't do doctoring stuff very often. Funny to witness and not be responsible for a change. It was funny to witness even though I was responsible. Not happy about it, obviously, but it was still funny. Very, very aggravating, but funny. Okay, so priorities. Let's get this out of here. Take all of this out. Take all of that out. Do you know how many operating ranching seem to be most used? Yeah, no, I've got way too much operating and ranching. As terms of operating, what I'm waiting on is certain dupes to get their speed up, and I need to build a gym, but I've been too out of metal to build the gym, so right now they're just kind of doing this, which gives them the opportunity to go do other stuff. When I went and looked into it, basically I just need to lock these in a room and only allow the people I want in the gym to have permission to that room. But I'm trying to make room to do stuff like that right now. This is going to essentially become the main living area right here. All the food is going to be over this way. All of this is going to be way over this way. I guess this is going to have to be cooling for now since I've already got it there. And because it's kind of closer. Oxygen and water production is going to be in this area, especially because steam vent, this thing, and then there's another one over here. So this is just the water area, except for the oxygen. There's a polluted oxygen geyser down here, this one. So I'm going to have to do something with that, but this just seems to be the water production area, and oxygen production is dependent on water, so I figured they would go together. Yes, I just saw it just now. It's down here somewhere. You're talking about that thing for cooling, right? I don't know how that works. I think you feed it hydrogen, it just cools the surrounding areas. I'll learn how to use it later, but I think I like the aqua tuners for now. The only problem with this right here is somehow water got into the pipe, and I was using exclusively dirty water and polluted water, and somehow water just made its way in there. How it happened, no clue, but it did. Okay, how are you guys doing on piping? That's all gone. Okay, so I need this gone. Don't want this in here. That, this is out of the way. This thing snaking through here was the old cooling system. It needs to go. No, cancel that. I'll keep that there. Because I'm just going to have to rebuild these anyways. These farm tiles aren't moving. And that can stay because it is supplying the Dreco Ranch. So this is how I decided to get the plastic, since I wasn't using... Had the opposite happen in your cooler, so you were using water and you had dirty water get in there? And the pipe burst and came steam. So I started doing these for earlier plastics since keeping a steady amount of ice was not working for just ice box in water, and that wasn't working. I hadn't found the thing down here yet, and even though I have found it now, I still don't think I want to use it. So these take a lot of power, but they do just seem the most reliable to me, especially if I can actually get the things in there correctly and then not allow a different type of liquid in. So I'm going to use these, especially for right now. And then in terms of everything else, it looks like they've gotten a majority of the wires or the tubing out. So it should be about time to start rebuilding it. And the question is, how do I want to do it? Because I'm gonna need to cool pretty much the nullifiers tend, in my opinion, just for... Yeah, it looks simple. And it's only gonna be costing me hydrogen. I don't know if it costs power. But I'm trying to get all of this to get pumped out. It looks like it's empty, so they can actually... My oxygen's gonna stop being produced. So let's just fix that real quick. Get some oxygen going. So basically, I have everything that isn't oxygen. I'm trying to clean out some of the carbon dioxide, and it's all being pumped up here and going into here. Chlorine, 203,000, 833,000 of carbon. Hydrogen, 356,000. Polluted oxygen has gotten mixed in here. It's at 250,000. And oxygen's empty because I've got it, any oxygen that ends up in here instead of in the base for some reason is being shipped up to the, is being shipped up to the Atmo suits. I'm gonna need to make a dedicated line for that real soon or my glossy Dracos are gonna start dying. How are you guys doing mood-wise? He's happy. He's happy, I'm happy. It's all good. It's not, but whatever. Dirt, strength, excavation. I've decided I'm just not going to take any destructive people and I'd rather not have vomiters because I have to clean up after them, but very little hydrogen, nullifier, and the aqua tuners and my ACs actually comboed together. Yeah, they seem like they would be a really good combo. Another thing I was thinking, I haven't experimented with it yet, but I was thinking about getting something with a really, really low freezing point and just sending it out to collect coal, to collect or to radiate off the heat in space, and then bring it back down, now cold, to work on things down here. Haven't gotten to test it out yet, but that seems like it might be interesting. I know somebody's idle, but the ranching wasn't getting done, so one of the people who has ranching as his specialty, his job is solely and exclusively ranching. He does nothing else until he gets done doing that. So a question I have is, these don't need to be made out of steel, right? The steam turbines? Because I think they stop working if they get to a certain temperature, and that temperature should be way below the space because there's no thermal conductivity in the vacuum, and therefore material just holds its temp. What if I were to make a hydrogen box out in space, just and have a couple metal blocks? Would the metal blocks get cold from space and then send the heat out, or would it not do that? What's happening? Made a mess. Why'd you make a mess? How is the bathroom doing? The bathroom got disconnected. So this is the main output line for now. I can run it across here. I can run it across here. Let's do that. Here. And that's the wrong button. That, and then across here, all the way back, and then like that. And snip this here. And I really need them to do that, so... And that one in the middle has to go. Okay, so space just isn't going to work because the whole thing's a vacuum. Well, it was worth a shot. The aqua tuners, they take a lot of power, but realistically speaking, the steam turbine is going to be giving back a good amount of power anyways. So as long as I can keep the power going, I really like the aqua tuners. They're just expensive to make in the first place. So in terms of cooling things, I think I want to move all this over here. Is that going to make him unhappy though? Because I want to turn this whole thing into just a big steam room. Guys, you'll get toilets as soon as you finish working. It's up to you. I trust you guys. Entirely my own fault. Okay. Is anything here still necessary? Don't need any of this, I don't think. Don't need that, don't need this, don't need this. Don't need anything below here, and I don't need anything in this direction. In this direction. And then I want to cancel this one line because it's the output for... Wow, you got to that fast. Guess not. Okay, so I guess I will build it up to here. And a bridge to create the flow order. If I were to place this like this, okay. May look like it's cold, but actually staying cold for the moment. For instance, from my playthrough, I've had bunker doors at the top of an asteroid and meteors impact them like 250 degrees Celsius. They end up at 250 C, and there's almost no way to shift them up there because they're in space. I had to build drywall and cooling systems to keep the doors reasonable. Very misleading. I just watched a video because I'm planning on trying to go into space about how to deal with the space biome. And the guy from the video essentially, I need to take this one out, build this. That doesn't look right. And I don't want it to be here. Okay, I guess we can just have an ugly spot here. The guy essentially said if you were going to be working with the space biome, you would put down something like 2 satellites up here so that they can each detect the meteor incoming. Have them hook up to a bunch of blast doors along the top, maybe 2 to 3 down from where it allows you to stop building up here. And then they would end up closing on their own when the meteor is incoming. And then you have another set of, I believe it's I paused the game. The mesh tiles, because they don't block your vision. He specifically said don't use glass because for some reason, whatever reason, and he put them in front of them and the efficiency went down. They stop your vision even though you'd think they wouldn't. He said use the mesh tiles, so it would be something like a layer of the bunker doors, and then you would have other stuff down here. For example, you would have robo miners below that so that they can dig out whatever falls through here. Auto sweepers to take the remaining stuff out, and there would be a layer of the mesh underneath, and then you would need to make sure to have ladders up to your robo miners. It was a really interesting concept, and I liked it because it made it was very, you could tell he failed a lot of times in the making of that build. And most of the bases were accounted for, if not all of them. So that is something I want to get to, but the main reason I want up here is just for solar. And then I want to get a better battery room up, because right now I think I have these 3 smart batteries, this smart battery here, and that's all my batteries. So once I was going to, I think I want a battery box near the bottom down here. And then just have all of I think it would end up being something along the lines of heavy watt wires all the way down on this side, and then all of the different generators connected to them, and then a battery box at the bottom, and then maybe running automation wires from the various things that I want to turn off and what orders I want them to specific batteries. And then I'm just going to let this whole area fill up with steam and put one steam or a couple steam turbines on top, hook them up to the automation 2 or to the power 2, and just let the steam take care of it the way you would in this room. I keep pausing them so they're not getting any work done. I think it's a habit I got because whenever I take my eyes off them, they just die. But it's not helpful because if I'm not watching them, they're gonna die. But if I'm not watching them, they're also not gonna do anything. Okay. I already fixed that, so I don't need any of this here. And I don't need that. Okay, so the new plumbing system, this room. I don't need anything in this room, and I don't need anything in this room. I'm probably gonna keep this, because I don't want to put anything else in this room. It's producing too much light. Since meter showers were introduced and have glass on mine and power my solar panels, it allows me to keep gas pressure in this cool area much easier. Plenty of sources of power. I don't value the 10 to 15% from solar. Yes, I agree. The 10 to 15% from solar isn't all powerful, but I think it would be nice just to have in my case. I am getting a lot of power from the... Whoa, why did you stop? Did I finally run out of natural gas? Yep. Huh. Are you dormant? That explains. Yeah, I think I'm doing pretty well just from the natural gas, but I do need other sources of power for when, for example, it goes dormant. Especially if it's planning on being dormant for a while. Active period, next activity 37. Oh, I'm about to run out of power. So, the question is, do I want to redo the power right this second? No, I have to get the plumbing up and going. So, let's... This is all empty. Let's take everything out of these rooms so that I can have normal rooms here. And then I can shrink these down to being the same size as the rest of these rooms and fix the fact that it's been driving me crazy. Which, this was before I built the aquatuner cooling loop, so it was solely dependent on gas cooling. Yeah, I need to get my cooling loop back up because this is getting out of hand real quick. So, what I think I want to do is I'm liking how these temp shift plates actually got things done. I don't want to put them all the way through on every floor, so I think what I want to do is on a low priority, so I'm going to get these being built, build them on like a priority of 3 or 4 so that they're less important than everything else. And they should be made a mess. Okay. They should be being made out of granite, and I think I just want to put them in line on the bottom of every room. And I mean every room. I would just use drywall. It's decorative and does the same thing, but it's much cheaper and easier to build. Okay, let's see. This one's adding 20% decor. Wood, drywall, you know what? It's easier to just search. Drywall. Plus 10 decor. And are there different types that are even more? Igneous rock, granite plus 20. Yeah, that makes sense. But what I'm trying to check and see is if this one disperses more heat or if it disperses it faster. Because in some rooms, it doesn't matter about all of them, but essentially the ones that would matter the most to me are the farms, because these lights especially are hot. and these farm rooms that are growing the bristle blossoms are heating up way faster. You said faster. Is that the work is faster, or is that it spreads the heat faster? Because to me, temp shift plate even just sounds like it would spread the heat faster. And that would explain why it's temp shift just has a higher thermal conductivity, so you will get the same effect with drywall, just a bit slower. Okay, so then I will use drywall in all the rooms that I don't see any point in, but things like the farms that I need to stay cold and the power room that I want to heat up evenly, I'm going to use the temp shift plates. That's fair. I'm going to continue with what I said in at least the hot room and the cold rooms. But for the rest of it, I'll use drywall. So how about in the specific rooms I was talking about, like the hot rooms and the cold rooms, I can take... I think I like rainy print. So how about temp shift plates on the bottom layer, and then everything else can be drywall in the room like that? No, I understand. Sometimes you have a preference, and that's what's happening with me. Because temp shift plate just sounds important to me. Kind of janky. Hmm. Janky it is. Okay, so at least for the farms and for these, I'll do that. For the other rooms, I will just use the drywall. By the way, is the sound sounding better? Because I have this broken... Oh no, it's gonna make me do it one piece at a time. I have a mixer on my mic, and for the longest time I've been thinking, yeah, it's just broken. But everybody's been telling me you sound so quiet, and I just keep upping the settings on OBS, and everybody's like, you're still quiet. So I don't know if it's my mic getting too far away from my face, or if me switching that mixer to be in the right position made it louder. So I am going to unpause this so they can work on that, and I am going to get the drywall going. Mush stripes, drywall, white, pastel yellow, rainy, snowflake, H2O, charcoal wedge, watermelon, and digital pink. Cancel these two. Okay, so that's rainy, that's digital. You had a recent on your pro channel. Okay, so I am going to mess with the mixer. Tell me if it changes anything, because I am almost certain that this mixer is broken. So I'm starting to pull it down right now. It should be going down in volume. And then I'm going to slowly turn it back up, and it should be getting about half, and now it should be getting up. Yeah, I figured. Okay, so it's broken. And then I want to see what the snowflake one looks like. I will do this near the refrigerators. Actually, this heats up a lot, right? I think that heats up a lot. And the only other ones that I might like might be the H2O. So let's test this right here. Then this one. And then other than that, if I don't like these ones, I'm just gonna go with plain colors. Is this animated at all? Can I rotate it? Oh, I can make windows with that. Okay. So now that I know how that works, I'm going to take these out. Everything sounds fine in the VOD, except for Tuesdays. Somehow I got muted in the middle. So see you when you get back. I'm going to start putting in the cooling system because I need it to not be down for this long. So I'll stop with the drywall for now. I'm going to get some plumbing in. I will use liquid pipes for now. Going to put them at the bottom of every room. Like that. And then I need to get these rooms. I can't do this room because if I dig through that block, it will stop being what it is. So like that, like this. Do I need to move the bathroom? No. Okay, so I'm going to continue on with this and expand it outside what is currently the base. Because I know I'm going to be coming into this area pretty soon anyways. So let's get that done, that done, that done. This does not need to be here. Okay, so now I've got the radiant pipes in. For all of that. I'm probably going to move all of this over here. So I'm not going to work on that right this second. Oops. Now we are going to need insulated pipes. So let's imagine for a second I start here where it makes sense. I'm going to have it enter here, then go down here, down here, down here, here, bridge there, down here, and then down here. So then I would need this to go back to over here. I don't like that. So I'll add another set of floors on the bottom and that'll work. Okay, but for now we'll do it this way. This can go like that to get up to here, and then like that. That can go up there. That can go up there. That can go up here. 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 That can go there. We're going to need a bridge here. That can connect to here. I'm not going to cool the bathroom. Way too much work. Okay. F6, plumbing. Might as well not bother clicking plumbing because the day just changed. Insulated piping. Okay, this is going to need to jump over here. It's going to go this way. This is going to need to go down here. And I think I'm just going to skip this room. Then back to liquid pipe. I said back to liquid pipe. Back to insulated pipe. Like that. Then liquid pipe all the way across here. And insulated pipe up. Here, here, here. Oop. Let's undo. There we go. And here. And here. And we're gonna need a bridge here. This can go up here. No. That. This can go up here. Gonna need a bridge like that. And there. And that should be the exit. I can just run this all the way across. And I can put this up by one layer and have it go like that. So let's get that going now. And all the way across. This needs to go. Need a bridge there, there, there. Need a bridge here. 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 There's already one there. It's facing the wrong direction. Pipe, bridge, deconstruct bridge. Okay, and then I saw one, yep, right there. I was missing one more bridge here. And then insulated pipes the entire way back out. All the way across. Here. And then... like that. All the way across here. And I think I actually want to make this one a bridge. So delete that, cancel these, get me a bridge. What is that for? This is the one I deleted a second ago. Want this one to go like that, so that I can do this to match the other one. And then I can connect that to there, and that should create the full loop. So it is going to need to be adjusted because I want to build another floor here across the entire bottom of the base. This bottom floor is basically going to be where all the carbon dioxide ends up. That's all I want this bottom floor for. So let's get that going now, actually. Okay, we'll call this bottom line here. Okay. So F6, take each of these out. I don't need them anymore. Nope. Okay, so deconstruct, deconstruct. Does the delete button do deconstruct? No. Backspace? No. I really have to press the button? Okay, deconstruct, 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 and deconstruct. So with having one more floor, I can have these flow into one another nicely instead of having to double loop on each floor like this. But that does mean I'm probably going to have to redo all of the insulated pipes for each opposite floor, I think. So let's get those out. And so this is going to be the portion of the base right here that's going to need to be flooded with oxygen all the time until I have a high enough oxygen production to flood everything with oxygen. So input here, it'll go snake through the system, down this way, up this way, down, up, and then it'll take the top all the way across back to exiting the system here, coming all the way across the top, and then going through one of these aqua tuners. The other one is going to be, well, I was going to say the other one's going to be for the steam room, but I don't really need the other one for the steam room. So let's say this other one is for cooling down any of the electronic stuff I need going on down here. Now the question is, what type of water or what type of liquid do I want to use? Salt water. So ideally, I think the one I want to use would be either oil or petroleum for now, but the one with the absolute lowest freezing temperature, what's that gonna be? Is this water, not brine? It's supposed to be brine. Okay, so okay, excuse me. So, salt water, -7. polluted water is something like -26. Brine is going to freeze at -22. I know water should be 0 because that's how Celsius works. Let's check polluted. I spelled that wrong. Nope. Okay, polluted water, -20. That's better. Oil should be crude oil. -40, that's better. PET, rollium. -57, so I want to use petroleum, but I'm going to have to work my way to that. Because I haven't gotten people down here mining this or doing anything with this. I know I can do it right this second, but I want to be ready before I go down there and do that. So for now, polluted water it is. And this polluted water, I have over 1,000. So I'm going to give them some time to work on that while I take a look at the power system and see how I want to do this. Because right now, it's also a mess. So what I'm thinking is I either want one heavy watt wire going across the top up here, or one going down the bottom, probably here. Or I should probably have one going across in a shape like this, down and across. That way any of the power stuff can just be along the main line. And then I can distribute any power generating stuff can be along this line and attach in. And then the power can be distributed out this way. I can have the transformers along that and just producing water for each strip under them. I'm thinking I want to do that final idea I just came up with. So question is, instead of having it be here and here, I think I should move this closer. It'll be here and here because it's looking like a lot of heavy power requirement stuff, like the SPOM, Hydra is going to be in this area. So I want it to be closer to this and to this. So right here and across here at the top will probably be the best because I don't want to have any heat producing stuff right in the middle of base. And I don't really want to build too much higher than this. So right here is going to be good. And I should be out of slime. That's not the place to look. This is the place to look. Okay. I'm out of slime, but not out of bleach stone. And I don't want to be, what's the word? I do not want chlorine everywhere again. So let's get the priority on those pipes higher. Let's say 6. I don't want the autosave to shut off, but I really want that lag at the beginning of each day to stop. It's here, then it's here, then it's here. Actually, this is wrong. This is supposed to go here. Okay, and now back to priority. 6. All the way across here. All the way across here. Here to here. Here to here. something else is going to have to happen here. Works for me. So, I decided I don't like this digital pink. What else do we got? I never looked at mush stripe. Are you able to edit these at all? Like change their colors or anything along those lines? Because the way it is, I'm either going to have to go with drywall or like pastel yellow or fresh white. Okay. Now. Okay, so we're going to delete background buildings. And let's make sure that does not include this thing. Okay. Okay, build drywall. Okay, make sure it's still on background buildings. None of these need temp shift plates anymore. You can check them out in the supply closet. Do I have to sign out of the world to check them out in the supply closet, or can I do it with the world running in the background? And tons to unlock. That's fair, but let's see what I can get. So, there's one, H2O checkers. Petal checkers, fluorescent, petal pink inspired. Cafeteria. I think I already had that. A lavender at my boots. Charcoal checkers. I don't think I would hate those charcoal checkers. It's gonna make me redo this. Yep. Weird. Okay. So, base, drywall, charcoal checkers. I know there's such thing as variety, but that's a lot of work. So I'll give them that for background work, but they do have too much to be working on right now. And then once that's done, I guess I will put a door in right here. I'll probably have to take out the ladders though. And at least inside the base, I should start using plastic ladders. How much plastic is it gonna cost me? Wow. Nope. Extremely easy to put up and watch them build it. It's super fast. Okay, what do we have in terms of blueprint? These guys. Binge eater, vomiter, or seeds. Binge eater with strength, creativity, and piloting. Increased creativity, decor, germ resistance, falls asleep periodically. Not another one of those. Excavation medicine, sticker bomber, germ resistance, no food. I'll just. Whoa. Okay, guys, you really need to get all of this done. Food has stopped producing. Okay. Get this row done. And priorities, I need everyone building. I just noticed that I've dropped to about a quarter of the food that I had because everything's at a bad temperature. So they are entirely surviving off of this millwood and this millwood again. Okay, so they can reach it. I was worried about those ones right there. So once they get these, I think I'm just going to put this entire patch right here on priority 9, and then I'll fix the priorities after they finish it all. I said 9, I meant 7. Okay, and all of this. Refrigerator. 6. 6. This thing can be on 5, so that the mush bar can be on 6, and then whoever I tell to cook will just prioritize this one and then that one. This thing can be on 4, that thing can be on 4. Well, it's good to see that they're actually working now. So, one wave at a time. I will put the drywall up after I'm sure that the other situations are all good. How much coal do I have? I've got quite the backlog of coal, but I don't want it to start running out because this guy, he needs something like 30 days of power in a row. So he wants good food. Improved neighbor decor. Sorry, bud, I don't do that. And then turn on the lights. Long enough to cheer up the occupant. Okay, so that one's done. I just have to build decor and get him food. So for this, I'll probably do a liquid lock here. And I'll do a liquid lock somewhere to get in, and then I will do a ladder straight down the side and seal off all the doors. So the only way in is a liquid lock, and then just stuff this full of everything that needs to get hot. So the bottom area, maybe not the bottom area, maybe this area will be batteries, this will be plastic production, this, so since one of these floors is batteries, or maybe 2 is batteries, plastic production, and then energy production will be above that. And I can just get it all running that way. What is the melting point of things made out of gold amalgam? Did they finish all this? Okay. So then, priority 7. There's a little bit here that needs to be done, and then a bit here and a bit here. So, I shouldn't have paused them. That. And there was some here. And these things need to go back. So this one is not sweeping. I want it on a lower priority. This one is sweeping. I want it on a higher priority. That way, if I tell them to sweep, they will do it. And if I don't tell them to sweep, it'll be an option in case they end up needing something to do. I'm pretty sure that should have been removed. 1. Okay, and then we cancel these three and any that might be here. And cancel that one. Okay, we're deleting buildings. Okay. That needs to be done. That needs to be done. Priority 7 on this little stretch right here. That all needs to be done. That needs to be done. This right here needs to be done. Like they got all this. And that should be it for this section. Let's see. Done, done. That bridge needs to be on a 7. Really should have done this before just... Okay, this one right here needs to be on 7. Really should have done that before building, but I set it to low for the drywall and started building the pipes and just completely forgot to change it. This needs to be done on an 8. That should have been done all this time. Okay. So is that everything on that floor? Yep. So it's all good. And priority. Set all of this to 7. And that should have gotten all of it, except for the ones behind these crops. But I am going to have to redo quite a bit. So, build this, changing the priority beforehand this time. On 6, we need from here to here. And then we're going to need from here to here. Here to there. And match. And from here to here. So this can get taken out. Like that. And then let's say I don't put anything on the bottom floor here. I can just go across. And this would have to come up. Nope, you can jump over that. So cancel that, cancel this. It can go up. Ooh. But then it has to do that there. Am I fine with that? I can just cancel this and put a bridge here. I'm gonna grab it from here. I can put it there. Or I could just not do this. That's a good idea. Okay, private bedrooms. Minimum of 24 tiles. Maximum size of 64 tiles. Minimum height is 4 tiles. No industrial machining and has back walls. So with that being said, if I were to make a bedroom, I'm going to pause for a second. This would be a minimum of 24. Then we would need a bed. It's going to be in furniture. Well, first things first, we would need the tiles, the drywall. So let's just give them an ugly white drywall for this one, because I'm not paying attention. And then we need furniture. Comfy bed, like that. And then it also said something about a decorative item. 2 decorative items. No industrial machining, has back wall tiles, no cots, comfy bed. So 2 decorative items. Furniture. What is that gonna cost? Reed fiber. And then so would that count as a valid bedroom? Just having a bed, a canvas, this, and then obviously this would need to be a door. And I don't know if the drywall needs to be like that to the door, but that would probably count as a bedroom with the... No. So this would count as a bedroom. So that's what I'm gonna go with. So this is gonna be a total of 8 by 6 or 46 tiles. So that's 8. That's 18, so I can fit 2 8s in there. This is 17. I can fit 2 8s in there with a separate wall. This is the second time I've noticed that these two are separate sizes. This one's one shorter, and it hurts me. Okay. It wouldn't be impossible to correct. It would be annoying to correct, but it wouldn't be impossible. I would just have to shrink this room by 1. Or I could just make everything dealing with food this side and make everything dealing with dupes this side. Okay. Let's see how they're doing. This is the output, right? Yep. Okay. So let's measure this out. 17, half 17 is going to be half of 16 is 8, so it's going to be the 9th tile. This is the 9th tile. 1, 2, X, background buildings, take these two out. Like that. Build like that. Build like that. These can go on all. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. That is 14. I have 13 people. We'll see what happens. Okay, we'll put that there so they can reach those two pipes, and ideally that should be everything. So I'm just gonna make sure I didn't miss anything and follow this all the way through. So, and that's all good, that's all good. I want this one to be this kind of tile. That's all good, good, good. Hops over here in the right direction, good. It's good, it's good. And jumps over here in the right direction. This is all good, this is all good. Correct direction. I want this to be that kind of tile. I want this to be that kind of tile. Comes up, goes across here. Yep, yep, yep. Good, and then all the way out, it's still good. So, build this, priority of 7. It's gonna go this way. Okay, that's good. That's the output. And then no, this will be the output. And then we'll disconnect these here and here. Okay, like that. And I just have to make sure that this gets filled entirely with only and exclusively polluted water. So how am I going to do that? Probably like that. So hopefully it detects this bridge and that bridge and picks a direction on its own and starts going through the system. But I'm going to have to watch it fill up and look for any water. Just normal water. Okay, and with that, the loop is completely done. Come on, guys. I don't want to have to break that room open. Oh, this is a terrible idea. Hmm. Okay. Okay, and this is all in entirely dirty water. And I have to keep an eye on that fact to make sure it's entirely true the entire way through, because I cannot afford another steam leak like what's happening over there right this second. Okay, it stopped, and the reason it stopped is because this is backwards. Is that the only one that's backwards? Yep. See, even when I quadruple check. Okay, is all that fixed down there? Yep. Okay, still all polluted water. But I'm very quickly running out of polluted water. Okay, I'm going to take a break from watching that to make sure this is on the right value. I'm going to set it to 10 should be fine. And the reason I say 10 should be fine is because it's going to drop by 14, so if it's at 10, it's going to drop by 14, it'll be at -4. And then -4 is not the freezing temperature of polluted water. And that should, after making its way through the entire base, still be at a good temperature. I might need to raise it up for the sake of the crops, because where the duplicants are living does not need to be freezing. So we'll see how it goes. Actually, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Whoever's scalding, hopefully they get out of there fast. Okay, so I'm gonna, every once in a while, I'm gonna come over here and make sure that if I track this all the way back to the system, I don't see a single blue drop. It all needs to be the ugly yellow. Because if there is a single blue drop, I need to separate it off, drain it, and then put it back together. We can't have any water because if that cracks again and I have to open it like I did right there, it's not pretty. How are we doing on oxygen? Is it still being produced? It's not being produced. Why is it not being produced? Because no water is going in, because those broke, because they got too hot. Perfect. So, how are we doing on air? Oh no, not again. So while I wait for that loop to fill up, then, I guess this is what we're doing. For this, and then power. Let's get them some conductive wire. 2, 3, 4. This is 1,000. We're gonna call this 1,000. 1, 2, 3, 400. And as for what I'm gonna connect it to, I was saying I wanted the heavy watt wire to come down this row. I'm not gonna be building that right this second with the way it is. But for now, okay, so that can't be disconnected. So what I'm doing is I'm looking for bridges. Here's the wire bridge. And then I'm going to disconnect these and build this one right here. And then I can take the heavy watt wire and run it straight down here. And that's going to get moved later. But right now I want to make sure all this is powered. And then once it's powered, that will let me double check on this. It looks like I ran out of polluted water. Is there an empty part in the loop? There is. It's right here. I guess that's good. So for right now, I'm going to come back up here. What temperature is this at? 22. What's coming out of here? 20. It's going in. 34, so it's going down by 4. And it should make another loop in somewhere. 20, 35, so it's somewhere in this area. 35, 35, 35, 37. So this is the stuff that's already made it through right here. It's a 27. It looks like it's raising by about from 27 to 21. So it's raising about 10 degrees on its way through the base. And if it raises about 10 degrees by the time it gets to the crops, and most of the crops want to be at 10, I want it to drop to 0, so I should probably change this to 14 for now. 14, so it goes down to 0. See if that works, but then I need to check on the crops to make sure what I said is correct in the first place. So this prefers 10 to 30, and this prefers 5 to 30. So as long as it is above 10, It should be fine. So this actually, I'll just put it at 15. 15 is good for me. And then I'm going to have to raise it later because it's going to end up being too cold. But for now, I need this stuff to cool down fast, so I want it to cool down to that extreme. At least for a little bit. Okay, this is up and going. Oh. What's happening here? Potential loads 783. Okay. Okay. So, I look at this again. Where's the area where this has a gap? It's up here on top. And do we have enough weighting to fill that gap? No. I do need to make sure that that line doesn't overfill and everything just stop moving. Or I might be able to just not do that, clear a tiny section. Either way though, we'll see. So temperature in base is lowering, it's time for oxygen. So this thing, you are not getting anything. Okay, this is the last one. It's gonna have to go up here and then out here. Let's go ahead and disconnect this here to here. And we're gonna dig this out on a good priority here. Maybe here. Let's see. What I'm wanting to do is put in a steam turbine. Yeah, so it'll go here. And steel is good. So I want a steam turbine made of steel. And then I'm going to need that to be in a room. So that room, I'm going to want to be insulated tile. Like this. I can leave the ground as is. No, I can't. And then I'm going to put a liquid aqua tuner, 2 of them in here. It's going to be in utilities. This needs to be made out of steel. So that's going to be 1. And that'll be 2. What did I just make that out of? No. Okay. So plumbing. Liquid thermosensor. Okay, and I want this all dug out. So I'm going to put a thermosensor here, skip a space, and here. This will become a steam room. So if we get that liquid aqua tuner back up, my steel should be good again. Okay, utilities. Gonna do this one first, make sure it's made out of steel because anything else will melt. Put it in here. Then we're gonna need plumbing, insulated plumbing. We're going to need an input like this and then out. And then we're going to need an output like this, and then we're going to need a bridge. The reason we do this is to make sure it never stops moving no matter what. So plumbing, let's put this back up, insulated pipes, so this should be the output for this one. And this should be the input for this one. And the input is going to be this. So I'll disconnect that here. So this is going to want to be the salt water. The salt water is going to come in, get cooled, and go out this way. And the other one, I am probably going to have be... I'm probably going to have the other one be oil. Whatever comes from the oil biome comes up. Okay, so salt water in. Do I only need one aqua tuner and I can just have everything go through it? That would be a waste of a room, right? G, dig out on 7, all of this, dig. Priority, I need all of this to be on like an 8, 8's too much, 7. Everything in this box has to go. Okay. And for steel, I need 40 more steel, and I can't make any more right this second, because everything over here is broken. Okay, how are we doing temperature-wise? Things are starting to cool down. Okay, so liquid bridge. I'm gonna have this go straight out right here, so it's gonna connect here. Starvation, so, oh no. No, it's just because they're not eating. Plumbing, bridge, rotate this. I want it to go here, here, here. So then let's cancel this. Bridge. Here. And here. Like that. Then this can be a normal one. And this one right here has to get deleted to make sure it goes through the bridge. And that should send everything back up to get sorted. It will be cooled before it gets sorted, so that is fine. And I need to find something made of steel I can deconstruct in the base somewhere. Hey, perfect. Deconstruct. Why are these full? Okay, and I should end up with a bit more steel once they deconstruct that. Let this catch back up. We have enough. I need another one of these here. And the piping for this one's going to be a bit different because it's got to come in from the top also. So it's going to jump across here. It's going to go in and up. 9 o'clock. This is going to go up as well and then out this way. And then we need a bridge for the priority. Like that. So here we go. And that means I'm going to have to dig this out on a pretty high priority. Okay, and priorities, building does not need to be the highest of highest priorities anymore. Since we've got the cooling in. Okay. So whether it's water or brine, for now it's going to end up going up here into these. This should also be like this, and this should also be like this. So that this one goes first and then this one? Sure. And then we want it to lead up and into this, so... It works for me. But this needs to be on the highest of high priorities. I feel like this should be like the only thing in the base on 7, just because if it stops, the air stops, and the air goes fast. It's gone so fast. Okay, what's going on down here? This thing. Unreachable build. I can fix that. Okay, is everything done in here? So later on, this can be added by digging this out. The rest is set up. This is absolutely flowing in the right direction. It's going down to here. If it can't go into the aqua tuner, it'll go up, and if it does go up, it'll jump over and take priority on the way out. Aqua tuner will take itself out. I can build here. This is going to need power. So let's get it power. Switch over to this one. I will use the heavy watt, setting this up for the future. Put this here. They're going to put a smart battery here, made out of this right there. Heavy watt wire across. Like that. I don't think I like that. Cancel that, this thing. Cancel. And build this up here. No, I can't do that. Because it won't go to the battery, so I do have to do it the other way. Which is like this, like that, and then like that, and then heavy watt joint plate rotate here. Okay. And this has to be replaced. And that should be everything. Now I just need to figure out a way to get some water down here. Easier said than done. Okay, so that is working. Oxygen's starting to fill up the base. Yikes. Oh, right, the polluted water. Is that filled up? Complete all the way through here. It's complete all the way through here, through here. Here it is. You know, at this point, I'm fine with that. Should have been fine with it earlier. Yeah, but it's only the... If I decide that I'm not later, then it's fine. I bet I would have had a lot more if I snipped that there. And either way, it, at this point, is not going to cause the base to back up, no matter how much polluted water I have in the piping, because before it gets distributed or does anything else, it's going to go into the infinite storage. So it'll always be able to pour into storage, but it won't always be able to be taken out. So the being taken out isn't going to cause it to back up anywhere, because it can always buffer in the storage. So that I'm happy with. This whole cooling system here, whatever was going on here, is not working. I don't know what I had intended here, but it's not correct. So I've got maybe about another hour in me because I do need to get ready to go to bed. Okay, they finished all of this. Temperature in base is getting a lot better. I think I skipped some piping in these rooms. Yeah, so this room, and that's why they're not cooling down as much. But in terms of oxygen, only the rooms that have the ventilation are actually getting better. So I'm gonna have to get more oxygen production going. I will leave that to be a mission for tomorrow though, because I need to finish up whatever I'm doing with plumbing. So plumbing, water is good. We've got this properly being cooled. It does need to be powered, which I should put this on a priority of 7 so it gets done someday. Where's the nearest watt wire I can steal from? The heavy watt wire? Just thinking about running it straight down here. That's going to be a lot though. It's going to cost so much. You better not be doing the loop thing. So how can I force them to go through this room? Because that is a nature reserve. So there are options. I could put a door here and have them enter this way. And then put the thing here. I could also put showers in here. That's an option. Okay, do I have a shower in base anywhere? Let's check. I think that might be in medicine. It's either in medicine or plumbing. But like hand washing is in medicine, so like why wouldn't a shower be? Okay, shower. If I wanted to force them to go through here, it would have to be through here. Okay. So if I wanted to do that, I would have to mess with the plumbing in that room. Which I'm fine with. Okay. If I were to put the plumbing here, where would I export the water? To the bathrooms, I'd assume. So it's gonna have to jump over, go down, and over here. So it's gonna be like this. And like that. Now plumbing, shower. Okay, let's get this on priority 7 so it gets done. We're gonna put this all the way across like this. And then once that's built, I will snip the other line. But I need that to get built first. In the meantime, base. Furniture. Comfy beds. Priority 4. Here, 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 here. There, 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 and there. Deconstruct that, that, and this thing. Guys, eat your food. You have food. It's not as much as it was earlier, but there is food, and I'm working on it. How is oxygen? Oxygen's real bad. Did it stop? It stopped. Why did it stop? Stopped because these broke. Come on. Priority to get done right this second, please. Guys, you guys, if you don't get it, whoa, somebody got it. I was just gonna say, you guys are gonna start dying off if you don't get that done. So we want one made out of steel, because at least then I can hope that it doesn't overheat. And I want it done on the highest priority of highest priorities. Okay. Okay. So, overheat temperature is going to be 275, while this thing is 70. It's because I had it made out of wool for my... Deconstruct that. Priority 5 is fine. So, with that working, the water should start coming back in. This thing should be on the only priority 7 in the base, so that people actually come down here and clean it. I just saw your message, back guy. I do think that the one right here looks pretty nice. So other than that, I do have the cooling going. The base is significantly cooler. But during all of that, everything else overheated, and I'm having oxygen trouble again. So, as you can see, there is nothing to breathe anywhere in base except for the main vent rooms. This is all I've got in terms of oxygen production, so that's going to have to be what I work on next time I stream. It does seem to have a somewhat reliable source, but once this starts getting power, it'll start the salt water that is being coming out of here. It's going to start getting up to 90 degrees easily, 100 plus degrees. So once I manage to get power down here, that'll stop being an issue. So guys, you have food. Just eat, please. We're going to take this pipe out because it is for the old ones that broke, all the way to over here, up, here, 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 and cancel that. Once that is all done, I can get a bridge like that, build this, this can go here and down here, like that. Get that on a higher priority, something like 6 will work. And build it onto here. So that will start emptying all the salt waters from these tanks into the infinite liquid storage, so it's not sitting there. These things are broken, they don't need to exist anymore. Any piping that was for them doesn't need to exist. I was going to try and like empty that first, but there's no point. I'll just delete it. It'll spill everywhere, but whatever. This, I don't know what this was for, but it's not for anything I'm doing now. So I can go. Never mind, no it can't. So what it was for, it's still just input line for any liquids I need to go into the system. Other than that, we've got incoming water. I'm actually going to stop purifying this into water for a little while. The reason I'm going to stop doing that is because the more of this I drain, the faster it heats up. So if I stop draining it, it's not going to heat up as much. Or it'll heat up slower at the very least. And let's drain all of this in that way. Oh, somebody dug all that out. So down here, this needs to be mopped and swept. And I'm gonna put that on priority 5. It's all on 5 already. I need to build plumbing, liquid thermosensors. I believe it's here and here, and then I'll check the piping to make sure that's correct. This is the input, this is the input, so they are correct. They are going to need automation wire. This one is going to be for this one, and this one is going to be for this one. And this should be cooling itself this way. Let's make sure oxygen is still happening. Does seem to be spreading again, although it's not very fast. Hydrogen's also getting out. Whoa. Okay. 250, 450, 450. And that is wasting my metal, so it's going up. It's going up here, hitting this, going this way and that way. This way splits into two and that way splits into two, so let's cut that off. Cut that off. And we are going to empty on a priority of 9 all of this. And what is that? It's to be cut too. Oh, that's not great. Okay, so they all built their beds. Now we're going to need furniture. Landscape canvases I want here, 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 here. And then large sculpting blocks made out of granite. Here, 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 here. There, 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 there. Are these pipes going through these rooms going to cause a problem for them being actual rooms? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna set all these to below for a minute. And then ideally, the pressure will build up in here. And then I can turn them all back on, and that should even out the pressure somewhat. And then some more oxygen will get through here, but right now, even if the oxygen gets through there, I need to have some sort of sorting system. Okay, ventilation. Gas shut off. And a gas pipe element sensor. And some automation wire here. And then ventilation. We want F7. And I want all of this gone. All of this on the highest of high priorities. Okay, so ventilation, gas pipe. I forget how these work. Is this a get out, shut off? No. This? Gas valve? Nope. It's been a while since I've used a shut off. Give me a second. These are all valves. I don't know why these are still here. Because they're not on high after priority? Okay. I'm starting to get hydrogen now. Yep. Okay, set these back to below for now. You know what I could do? No more. Somebody remind me I did that later. Okay, so with this being built, this thing, the gas shut off, needs power there. So let's get a heavy watt wire and boop, now it's connected. This sensor is supposed to be searching for high. It's Y, isn't it? Hydrogen gas. So when it detects hydrogen gas, it's going to go out this way. Everything else will go out this way. So if we get F7, we are going to want ventilation, gas bridge. The default direction's fine. Then I want to connect the piping this way and then that way. And disconnect this. Which means I'm going to need to get rid of this and get another bridge. V is not the correct button. Gas bridge. There. And then check to make sure there's an automation wire here. There is, so whenever hydrogen goes through, ideally hydrogen will go out this way. So, let's get back into the right one, copy event. So I want this. Sorry, that's not correct. This is correct. And that's fine. Cancel these. Okay, so when we get hydrogen, we are going to go this way, and we will split here, and then this will split here and here, and that will split there and there. Not sure I like that. Should I have turned this entire thing around to face the other way and just brought the input up like this? Up here, then this way. And then the hydrogen would go down. And that way I won't have to jump over anything. Yeah, I think I would have preferred that. Let's just cancel all this right here. Okay. Okay, one split that way and that way. Now we're going to need an input for the other one, which means we're going to have to pop over this new pipe. So ventilation, gas valve, O instead of 0, this way. And I will do this here, just so I can see the input like that. Which means this is going to have... I can go straight down from here, or I can go all the way to the side. I'm going to go straight down from here, which means I can cancel all this. So this is going to go here, 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 up here, jump over this, and then it's going to go into here. It'll decide if it's hydrogen or not. Which means this is incorrect. Because hydrogen will go through the shutoff point. So this should be hydrogen. And just in case I need to see how this works, we're going to cut it there and there. So anything that isn't hydrogen will go this way, hop over, and go out. Anything that is hydrogen will come out here and go this way. That's what we're hoping for. So priority on all this is 9. Then I'm going to get this thing set back to 1. This thing set back to 1. This middle one, hydrogen generator set to 1, and this one set to 1. Okay, how are we doing on oxygen? Okay, so that scrambled mess is all built now. The only thing that's not built is the power wire. And somebody's got it. There we go. Now it's all done. Now, above, Shift F2, grab this, build, and reconnect these. Above, copy settings, and hit that one too, so it's all above. Okay, definitely building a hydro tomorrow. Oh yeah, how's the temperature up here doing? It has spread out. Okay, so I am proud to say that the base is at least getting cold. These two areas, I didn't put any piping in for that, so it makes sense that it isn't. But in terms of everything else, if I actually get adequate rooms in here, let's get that going real quick. Boom, boom. This needs to be deconstructed. And then I can build a door there. I want this done now though. Somebody do that real quick. So if I get that in real quick, this, I want to see if these count as bedrooms. Right now it's luxury barracks, private bedrooms. So even without these being done, this will work. So how does this thing work? So I'm going to let them continue to work on whatever they're working on. I want to look at decorating skill, I believe. 0. Can't. 0. -3. 1. 9. So my highest decorating is going to be him. So I guess I will let him go and decorate stuff. And we're just going to start making our way down to the list. Okay. Okay, everything in this general area can be mopped up. Everything in this area can be mopped up. Just to get the base mopped out. So next I wanted to work on power. That's the next thing I wanted to work on, but it's looking like the next thing I'm going to have to work on is going to be oxygen. So this is called a SPOM. I believe it's self-powered oxygen machine. Basically, the oxygen gets generated, the hydrogen goes up and the oxygen goes down, but I ended up getting somehow where it ended up uneven. I don't know if I had the amounts wrong or what was going on. But right now, I'm going to make this one weight for 300 grams. And ideally, that would cause more oxygen. But basically what happens is oxygen can't get in here because the hydrogen goes up first. And once the hydrogen's up, the oxygen won't go that way. And then all hydrogen builds up across this entire layer and this layer. And oxygen can't get here. So it's nothing but hydrogen everywhere here, up here, and down here. But now the issue is the oxygen is all making its way to right here because there's not enough hydrogen. So maybe I should just shut this one off for a minute? And just let the hydrogen build up and then let this get rid of the whatever oxygen is in there while hydrogen keeps going up and creating a backlog. So once hydrogen fills up entirely to like right here, I'll let this one turn back on. In the meantime, these can still continue to pump. And I'll see what happens if I do that. My goal here is just too much hydrogen, is what I'm wanting. And hopefully it'll balance itself out. Oh, how are we doing on saltwater and the infinite storage? 7,000 versus the 41,000 we have of water. We have no polluted water, makes sense. Especially if it's still... Uh-oh. I take it there's no hole in this line anymore? So I'm just gonna go ahead and delete that and recreate this. And for now, let's disconnect that. And hopefully this will all backflow into these. That way I won't have to drain the pipe. I can just snip it off here and reconnect it here when it empties. Okay. We've got bedrooms made. We can get more bedrooms made. Oops, cancel that one. What priority is this on? 4 works for me. Everybody gets the same bedroom. Nobody can be jealous. I don't think that's a thing in this one, but in RimWorld it's a really serious problem for some of your colonists. Okay. I've been ignoring this for a while, haven't I? Let's take that. I know that's not renewable. Okay, so oxygen is not flowing in on the 3rd line, and it's not flowing in on the 3rd line because it's not flowing in on any of them. Are we just not getting enough water? We have enough water. Okay, you know what? I'm taking away their water supply, and I'm going to have these things turn on whenever it's low, and then I'm going to turn this room into a vacuum, and I'm going to start over. Okay, and I wanted the duplicants doing something. So temperature should be good in these rooms now. 25 in here, 25 in here. The liquid in the pipes is at 11 on its way out, and on its way in it is at 15? Why is it at 15? It's at 10 on its way in, on its way out it's at 10. Because this thing isn't even turning on, that's why. Base is cooled down appropriately. These lights are still generating a lot of heat. There's not really much I can do about that right this second. The critters seem to be doing fine, except for these ones. They probably want their room swept. But, this is working as far as I can tell. I need to redo the oxygen. I need to figure out a better way to get more oxygen into the base. And then once we have enough oxygen, I need to redo the power and the automation, the shipping, I believe, shipping. I need to do more with this, but I need metal, so I'm gonna have to dig around a bit more. But first things first, I need the oxygen, so I'm gonna build a Hydra. The difference between the Spalm, the one I have here, and the Hydra is the Hydra uses water. So these will be sitting basically in its own box of water, and there's a combination of tiles and airflow tiles around it to make it to where only the hydrogen can go up and only the oxygen can go down. And when you get it right, you will end up with a combination where each one of these is sitting in its own tile, completely surrounded. You've got a pattern of them, and all the hydrogen is making its way up to its own set of gas pumps, and all the oxygen is making its way down to its own set of gas pumps. In the same way that these work with the plumbing, that's a gas one, the water ones are down here. In the same way that this works, and with the same way that the infinite storages works. As you can see here, there's gas here that can't get out, which is allowing the water to go, and it can only go down, so it'll end up down, even if it's too overpopulated to go down, seeing as we're at 10,000 now, 11,000. So it shouldn't be able to do that, but it is, and if we look up here, the water here is taking up this entire tile. The water here is taking up this entire tile, no air can be here. So it goes, can I put it this way? No. Water. This way? No. Water. This way? No. Here? No. So it places it here, even if it can't. And as you can see, the most dense one here is going to be the carbon dioxide at getting up to 861,000 grams, so 861 kilograms. I should probably just start shipping that into space. I don't think I'll ever use that amount. Or I might, who knows. But I have to make sure that the food stays steady. And the only issue is going to be if we run out of oxygen, the food will stop growing. So I need to get the oxygen going, the food will start growing again, and then our food supply will stabilize again. So I'm going to study how to build a Hydra, and next time I start playing again, I will build a Hydra. So it looks like that's going to be it for today. I wanted to get in with, or finish building a gym, but it doesn't look like that's going to end up happening today. Let me just delete the background buildings that weren't supposed to be here. There. Cancel these. And then I'm going to put in doors. Deconstruct, 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 mess hall, deconstruct. Okay, this has all three doors, 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 all three, and all three. So with that being said, what do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 rooms, 13 duplicates. I can afford one more, and everybody can be on their own actual built rooms for a really good morale bonus. I think it's 6. Then they're gonna have to go through the park still, so 4 more, and then they'll be in here, the Great Hall, which is another 6, I believe. So 16 morale bonus just from those 3 things. And if I can get these guys going again, we should end up with a supply of barbecue. Not yet. But yeah, once this starts working. Actually, let's look at the automation. These two. We are at 6, 0, and 8, and these are still ending up in here. I mean, I know I can fix it, but... Okay, I will fix that real quick with just that and a switch. That way I can turn that off and they won't go into there. Switch. Okay. Oh, I'm starting to get an actual supply of glossy Drecos. How did you even get polluted oxygen in the first place? Okay, and sweep this to get all the liquid out of here because we don't want it gassing off. Okay, now become a vacuum. Now, how bad has this become on the base? Because I know it's been polluting. Ooh. Okay, how many of those count as rooms? You know, remember earlier when I was going, this has a door, this has a door, this has a door? It turns out they didn't all have doors. Again. Okay, and we're down to micrograms, and it's going down fast. Okay. Now that that's done, we reconnect this pipe. And set that to above, above, and above. Okay, and now it's stabilized. I do kind of want to just let this run for a little bit because I was getting ready to be done, but I really want to see the base get back to at least having sustainable oxygen so I have something to work with when I start tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, but next time I start. I don't want to just leave myself in this situation again, so it's interesting that the art is starting to get done again, or done. And apparently the person that I told to do the art can make masterworks. That's good. Let's see what we got. Strength, medicine, creativity, agriculture, strength, ugly, binge eater. Nighttime attribute bonuses decreases science. Supplying, doctoring, and decorating. So little by little, everything should be getting cleaned up. I want to be using, inside the base at least, I want to be using all, deconstruct that, this door can go, deconstruct, deconstruct, deconstruct. Deconstruct, deconstruct. Make one of these out of copper. Rotate it, place here. Deconstruct, deconstruct. Wrong button. That door can go there. Right, and if all these are bedrooms, Builder Rin can go here, Joshua can go here. I lost track because somebody was talking to me, so... Okay, so this one was the last one I did. Mechanic Twin. Funny, you did that for your own room, didn't you, Otto? Okay, once again, I have 13 people and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 2 is 14 rooms. So there should be one for everybody, and there's at least one person doesn't have one. So maybe I skipped a spot? Assigned, 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 assigned. Someone in it, assigned, 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 assigned. She passed away. Okay, let's fix the fact that they're not buried. But where? Okay. There's a pretty good chance that whatever happened with this was involving the polluted water that was right there. It probably gassed off a little bit, created voids where nothing else could go, got in the way and let oxygen up, and then once oxygen was up, it just kept going. I think that's probably what happened. Okay. Any power in that room? No. Any plumbing in that room? Any ventilation in that room? So we are going to delete buildings only. All of those. of those. And with the amount of Drekos, I just noticed we have plastic ladders are due. Make sure it's still on buildings only. Want that gone. We want that gone. We want these gone. We want those gone. Airflow tiles all in here, all in here. There's good in here. There's over here. Should probably replace that one just for symmetry's sake. All here. Airflow, airflow. All of this should be good for airflow. That's good for airflow. Nothing on the bottom that'll let air out. Ooh, that's the problem. On priority of like 900, please. And this area is entirely sealed off to the outside world. Airflow, there's no airflow here. That's probably where all the air keeps getting out at. Why do you not have paintings? Paintings. Make sure this is still on buildings. Wait for the day to go away. That can go. That can go. That can go. That can go. And they can go out the bottom this way. They don't necessarily have to go out through any of the sides. So we're gonna need mechanized airlocks here, 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 and here. Just because I'm trying to keep as much oxygen in base as possible until we've got a stable oxygen production. So I should be able to undo a lot of this later anyways. But for right this second, I'm not going to. Ow. The one I have here overheat temperature is 90 C. That's not gonna work. What's it made out of? Okay, so I'm not gonna be able to delete that. So let's assume that this is my furthest wall. So I'm going to want a flat wall. Okay, plastic and oil production, batteries, possibly batteries, power production, steam turbines. So do I want to put the steam turbines here? Scalding is because they're running through the hot area. It is because they're running through the hot area. Okay, power production, steam turbines again. Okay. Steam turbines can go up here. That leaves me 3, 2, and 1. So let's get this all sealed off. Cancel this. Okay. Guys, clearly just don't walk that way. Even though that's the only path I gave you. Whoa. And nobody saved him? Okay, there's no way you couldn't have just gotten out of there. Okay. Well, that sucks. Looks like these are getting filled up a lot faster than they needed to. Okay. Well, we lost a few people, but the base is completely full of oxygen now, so I'm at a good place to start off next time. I can figure that out once the oxygen spreads throughout everything, so... I guess this is where I'm gonna leave off. I'm just gonna get these cleared real quick. Building lacks resources. Excavating rock, excavates forge, farm tile, hydroponic farm zoning. Hydroponic farms lack. There's no way I don't have enough dirt. There is no way. Well, time to start digging, I guess, right? Is dirt renewable? Oh well, we'll figure this out later. So I'm going to be streaming, or that's going to be it for today. I'm trying to aim for Tuesdays and Thursdays for streaming. If anybody is still here, I hope you have a good rest of your day, and maybe I'll see you next time.